Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn. Each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite, ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans. Welcome to my stream. Once again, we are here with some Unibet poker action. Playing the 1 year or two euro buy-in singularity here. And we are buying the 1 euro, playing the 1 euro fallen star here. I do have a hand that I played a little while back that I wanted to go over here on the stream early on, just to see. I don't know if I made the right decision or not. We will see. Let me just bring that up. Righty, so we are sitting here in the hijack spot, and we get Delta pair queens. Pretty nice hand, so we put in a raise. Makes sense. We get called by hijack or cutoff. We get called by the small blind. Flop comes king high. We're still pretty happy with our queens. We don't necessarily expect anybody to have a king here. I mean, they certainly can, but you know, there's no reason to assume it. So we put in a c-bet. We get called in both spots again. So we're starting to be a little bit more suspicious about what's out there. 6 pairs on the turn, which means anybody who was calling with a 6, a little unlikely, but anybody who's calling with a 6 just got there ahead of us. A little bit worrisome. There's also potentially heart draws out there. I should probably bet when he checks here. I should probably bet this turn again. I don't, and I think this is my problem. I check it for quote-unquote pot control. I think that's the wrong move to make. Checks through to the river, which is a heart river. And small blind leads out for a rather, well, I mean, half pot bet. So it's worrisome, right? So I tank, fold eventually. JC Gagner folds as well. JC Gamer folds as well, and the pot goes to the small blind up here without a showdown. So I don't know if it's the right fold or not. It just seems that with the 2 pair kings and 6s on board, it could be just an ace high playing 2 pairs, but that seems pretty unlikely at this point. I mean, I'm thinking that there's a king, there's a 6, or there's hearts there pretty much all the time here. But let me know in chat if you guys disagree with that assessment or not, but that's what I did. Hasn't gone terribly well for me since I did that, but we are still playing with almost a full start stack. So let's see how we go. I also got the 5 euro falling star kicking off in about 15 minutes time. So we'll be playing some pokers today, as we usually do. Just put in a raise from middle position with my ace 9 here. Oh, interesting. I was just reading a little note on the MooBot about how to integrate MooBot into OBS. I don't really know if there's a reason that we want to do that, but it's an interesting idea anyways. So I think I'll put in a c-bet here. I can easily have hit the king, the queen, or the 10 in this spot. Maybe we'll go check here, reassess on the river. This is mostly a pot control thing. Don't think there's any reason to double barrel here. We can try a second barrel when he checks to us on the river. We probably get out of the way if he bets. It's a small bet though. Is ace high ever going to be good here? Yeah, I mean Jack, King, 9 Jack is probably playing the hand sort of this way maybe. I'm going to talk myself into a call here, I think. Okay. Potential hand developing here on the singularity table again. Got backdoor diamonds. We've now got second pair. No more backdoor diamonds, but we still do have the gut shot to the queen for the straight as well. So I think given that it went checky on the flop, I think we want to put in a bet here on the turn with our pair of kings. Because an ace is going to be betting that flop most of the time. We probably can't credibly wrap diamonds, but I don't think they're on diamonds either, because again, diamonds bets the flop, I think. We get value out of a worse king. It's exactly the sort of hand I was hoping to get value out of, so worked out well for us that time. I don't know, it just seems pretty likely to me that he's got a king, a 6, or hearts in that spot most of the time. I mean, I don't think he donk leads. It's not really a donk since we all checked around on the turn, but I don't really think he just leads out there for half the pot on a lark very often. I mean, I suppose it's possible. It just doesn't seem like he's going to do that huge amount of the time. I mean, it could just be a let's take a stab at it and see if we can win it. But it strikes me that a let's take a stab at it, let's see if we can win it would be either smaller than half pot or bigger than half pot, depending on what he was trying to make. Depending on what he's trying to think. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much into this. Just seemed like my queens were in pretty rough shape at that point. Teratoki, welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Mothership. Hope your beam-in was safe and all of your digits and arms and legs and fingers and toes are all intact and in the right place. King 10 under the gun's probably a little too weak. Thank you for the follow in Teratoki, as I said, and welcome to the Mother Stream. We play Unibet Poker here. I am around 66, also known as Lyle Bateman in southern Alberta in Canada. And I'm running a Unibet free roll challenge. I started this whole mission back in November of 2018 with 0 euros in my account. And I free rolled an entire bankroll. Right now we're sitting at about 290 euros after today's buy-ins. And max bankroll of 322 so far at this point. And we're just trying to run it up as high as we can run it. Trying to get to trying to free roll my way into a Unibet Open as well. That's sort of the main purpose of the stream. Although we don't spend a ton of time focused on playing Unibet Open satellites, because at the moment we're sort of focused on running our bankroll up so that we have some money to be able to play some other games and just buy in ourselves. But yeah, I mean, maybe 4x, 5x, 6x opens might be worth trying out, seeing how people respond to that. I mean, that said, I'm not actually that. When it doesn't come another king, like when it doesn't double pair the board, and when it doesn't come a heart, my queens are good there a lot of the time, right? So I'm not actually hugely upset with the way the hand went. I just got unlucky on the river, I think, or put me in a tough spot on the river. But I don't actually have that tough of a spot on most rivers, right? If it's not a heart, and if it doesn't double pair the board, then I don't have a ton of. He doesn't have a 6 a lot of the time, and yeah, there's going to be a king. There's going to be a king out there some of the time, but. So I guess the King River. I guess I can't really think about the King River as anything relevant, because if the King was out there, he's already ahead of me, and I've already lost like ages ago. So the extra King is kind of irrelevant in that case. So hand developing here. I raised under the gun with my 7s. I got 3-bet by the button. Small blind called, and we ended up in this spot. Damn it, I should have bet the flop. I knew I should have bet the flop. Lime Ricky, hello, good to see you. Lime Ricky is a friend, a new follower. Followed last night. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Lime Ricky. Comes to us via our good friend Hustler Honey's stream. I was over there playing a trivia last night, and Lime Ricky and I were chatting about the commercials in chat. So Hustler Honey was nice enough to give us a lovely shout out about our commercials that we run at the breaks. And Lime Ricky piped up and said, "I love old commercials, so welcome." This will be an interesting, bit of a treat, bit of an unusual one for us today as far as the commercials go. I'm not running, at least for the first few breaks, I won't be running quote unquote typical commercials. We're still going to be running commercials, and we're still going to be running old commercials. A few days ago on the stream, we got into a discussion about how much music there was, how much live sort of musical dance numbers and stuff there was in the old commercials. And I was mentioning that there's like an entire subgenre of musical theater that exists out there that's 100% completely commercial. And that nobody really, if you're not in the advertising industry or you weren't exposed to this as a corporate issue, or you weren't part of the musical theater community that actually participated in this, people probably don't even know these things ever happened. But there's massive amounts of money was put into staging musical theater productions for corporations in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, up until the 60s, for a variety of reasons. They would put on these massive musical theater productions at trade shows to advertise their products to people at the trade shows. They would do them in-house as encouragement and also informational sessions for their marketing and sales teams. And it's just astonishing to see how much effort and stuff was put into basically doing full-on Broadway musicals for commercial products, right? So what we've got today, I managed to dig out. It took me a while to find this. There's not a lot of record because these things were done typically at corporate trade shows, in corporate amphitheaters for internally for staff. So there's not actually a lot of record of this stuff out there, and even less of it is out in the free. Even less of it is out there in the free to use market, which is what I'm in. I'm not going to be paying people to use their products here on the Mothership. But I did manage to find about 15 minutes of a Chevy GM, specifically Chevy. It's obviously GM's the parent company, but it's a specifically Chevy ad. And it's 15 minutes long, so we've got it chopped up into four segments basically. And it's one of these industrial musicals. It is a relatively well put together musical dance stage production, extolling the virtues of Chevy cars, talking about the market that Chevy cars would have, the various markets that you would want to sell and pitch to. And then talking about geographical differences for how you would sell your Chevy cars differently in the Midwest maybe than you would in the Pacific Northeast or the Pacific Northwest or the Northeast Boston region. So it'll be kind of interesting to see, and it's going to be a little bit different. And then after that, I put together, since we're in such an interesting age of fake news and people are talking about how nasty campaigns and stuff are getting, did a bit of a throwback to some political ads from the 1960 campaign between Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of parallels to modern political advertising. It's kind of interesting and kind of fun. So it'll be a bit of an unusual day today for the ads, but we got you covered with new content on old ads. We got you covered here on the Mothership. Just had the €5 falling star pop up, so I'm just getting that configured for you guys. Oh, I need to fire up my poker stars. I set up a home game today. For deuce to seven triple draw home game. So we should go in and play with that if we like. Right. So we have now got the first hand playing in the €500 guarantee, €5 buy-in falling star. So I hope you guys enjoy the new or the slightly different content this time around. Alrighty, we're probably going to have to do some modifications on that when the time comes, but that's okay. And the fact that you guys did not understand at all what I was talking about there is not relevant to your life. It's background scene of me configuring my OBS in the background, so I'm just talking to myself there. Which I probably shouldn't do while I'm streaming because, you know, you guys are out here listening, so I should be talking to you, not myself, but hey, what the hell. Just had a blind on blind hand there. Not too much interesting happening, but thought I'd flip down and show you. We are in a bit of trouble here on the falling star, €1 falling star. So the way I had to cut this musical number is a little bit weird. I hope it's not going to be too choppy when we come in. But just to make it fit well in the stream, I had to end up chopping it down in kind of weird ways. So let me fire up my PokerStars client while I'm thinking about it as well. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to get anybody to fold with that. I was on my straight draw and hit my 5, so I figured I'd try to fire it off. Went check on the turn, so yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try to play this a little bit more aggressively than I normally would, but I think this is a pretty good squeeze from the button opportunity. I don't know how much fold equity I have is the problem with this. Jack Queen's not a terrible hand to be doing this with, but I figured it wasn't a terrible. I figured it wasn't a terrible squeeze spot, so. We get there with the queen. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, we got our name approved as well. We are no longer um, we are no longer just a random number. We are Mothership Poker. So we had our name approved, which is nice. Lime Ricky, you're Calgarian. I'm Medicine Hat. That's cool. Did you ever play live in Calgary? I do. I work for Poker News Canada. I do a lot of coverage, live coverage of tournaments in Calgary. I don't know if have we ever met? We ever met? I'm not going to say your name on. I'm not going to say your name on stream, but um, yeah, no, interesting. It's cool to see somebody from so close by. We're just a few hours east of you, my friend. We start at an hour for the home game, so there's still lots of time to get into the home game. For the record, this is only our second run at the home games, so it's a little. We're still a little sparse with members and stuff. We mostly play. So it's interesting. I ran a poll. Only 5 people answered, so it's not a big sample size. But I ran a poll, and it seems like 4 out of the 5 people that answered prefer we run all low buy-in real money games instead of play money games. I don't know what other people think about that. I would be fine with 25-cent, 27-cent buy-ins as well. I don't really want to go much higher than that for a variety of reasons that I don't necessarily want to get into here. But yeah, so we'll figure out as time goes on. For the time being, today's another play money game. For the time being, we'll stick with that, but we'll figure things out as we go on. Yeah, so the idea is we're playing through the 8-game rotation, and we're doing it on. So we played an 8-game as our first. We played an 8-game as our first day of home games. because that was sort of why we created the home game. Was we were talking about 8-game, and we decided to create the home game to play some 8 games. So we did that. But it quickly became apparent that a lot of people aren't really that comfortable with a lot of the games in 8-game. So I decided that we would run through full tournaments of each of the games in 8-game, and then go back and revisit our 8-game tournament again at the end and see how that changes. So today we are starting with the first game in the 8-game rotation, which is a deuce to 7 triple draw. We'll play an entire tournament of deuce to 7 triple draw. Alrighty, so we have break time coming up. I am going to get out of the final hands that I'm in and kick you guys off to some rather interesting and lesser well-known industrial musical clips from Chevrolet. 1953, 1954, roughly somewhere in that time frame. Enjoy!
See you looking well. You're fine, that's good. You should be good. And somewhat kind of extra special swell. Because the opportunities for 55 should make you all feel great to be alive. Alive! Alive! Now who should know better than we? And we lose me. And me, and me. Yes, sir, boy, clear your market. The doctors, clerks, and bakers. Clear your market. Mechanics and homemakers. Them and lawyers, firemen and farmers. Teachers, preachers, country boys, and city farmers. Clear your market. The carpenters and admin. Clear your market, collegiate undergraduate. All of us together, number way up in the millions. With dough to spend that figures all the way up in the billions. Clear your market, so fellas, won't you tell us? Clear your market, we're daring you to sell us. Sure you got it, we all want it. Prove it before us. America, we the people. I need the car for my business.
Well, I need it too, my dear spouse.
So sell me one car to make calls in.
And another to keep peace around the house.
We have just moved to the suburbs, and this country air is fine. But I'm tired of trains and buses.
Now a Chevrolet would make life divine.
Senator, will you comment on our populations? Rising 8,000 every day. That's true, sir. And I'd like to see a bill in Congress to put them all in a Chevrolet. Buggies were fine to go dating when Grandma was a lass. But today, to win a pretty girl, you gotta have wheels that run on gas. Cranking was okay for Grandpa until self-starting came through. So why bust your arm doing something that turning a key can do? Sure you got it, we're all want it. Prove it before us. American, we the people will always play our go out for the
Alrighty, so there you go. That is your first look at the Chevrolet Industrial Musical. There is another 2.5 segments of that left to come. So there we have them basically talking about the various kinds of people that you're going to find coming into your store looking for Chevrolets and how you would sell them, on that Chevrolet. So the young couple comes in, and you talk about selling him 2 cars so that he has one to go to work with and she has one to go do the chores, go do the household chores with. The suburb couple comes in. You could probably do the same thing with them. Probably sell them slightly higher end stuff. The manager dude, you can talk to him about his fleets, right? You're gonna try to sell him fleets of vehicles for all of his sales force to go out and do their sales calls in, and all the way down the line. So it's kind of, this one in particular. So the 2 main markets for these industrial musicals were trade shows where companies were advertising their products to other companies that would integrate them into their own, or that would be resellers of those products, if that makes sense. Okay, so that's one place where these industrial musicals were huge. The other place where these industrial musicals were huge was in-house in large corporations like GM, Ford, General Electric, those sorts of companies, as a way of motivating their staff, as a way of giving out information, believe it or not. Hang on a sec. It's to impart information, like in this one. This is both for entertainment and motivation, but it's also for information. They're telling the salesman how you go ahead and sell these cars. How do you what who are you going to find coming into your showroom later on? They're going to say how will you differentiate your sales tactics around the country, kind of thing. So it's both informative and motivational is what they were trying to do. So in this particular case, this one is an in-house motivational video. There, from what I can gather from the meta text that went around with where I found this, this is one of the examples of an in-house motivational film for their sales force. So that was them basically trying to train their sales force in how to work with the new products and how to tailor it to specific markets. Hello, Evisration. How you doing, my friend? How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome as always. It's an interesting spot here. Checked on the flop. Went check, bet, call on the turn. Now check, bet, flop. See, I don't think he has on the. He doesn't have a queen. Any reason for him to have clubs? I guess he does have a queen a lot. Okay. Guess he does have a queen. I don't know. It just didn't seem like he has a queen when he checks that flop very often. Maybe he's trying to get me to bet into him. Sorry, just doing some work in the background as well. But yeah, and I think people would be kind of astonished at how much money was spent on those industrial musicals for a certain period of time. They were very remarkably widespread, actually, and there was just tons of money dumped into it. In part, I think it was a way to take advantage of some of the tax, because at the time taxes were very high for corporate. Especially 50s and 60s kind of time frame, and during the wars and stuff, it was actually taxes were actually quite high. So one of the ways that they were able to take advantage of tax breaks was to reinvest the money into like marketing and things like that. So these kind of elaborate productions were ways of taking advantage of tax breaks and kind of spreading the money around a little bit, if that makes any sense. But what it is, and as I said, it's very rare that you actually get to see examples like this because they weren't really filmed very often. They were intended for like they're like a stage play, right? They're intended for a live performance, but they're never a stage play that's going to get done over 15 years like Cats or whatever, or over 30 years. So they had a very limited, very ephemeral life to them. And other than the stories about them and still pictures and things, very little. Very few of them are actually recorded in any sort of professional way to be able to see what they were doing these days. Cool, Evis. Enjoy. We'll see you soon. Guess we're going to play our tens here. Did we fucking hold? We fucking held. We fucking held, everybody. How the hell did that happen? Boom! That was a rather surprising hold, given what we got called with. Boom chakalaka. Guess we should be playing our King 4. Sorry about that, guys. Misclick on my fingers. At least it wasn't a misclick on the poker tables. At least it was just a misclick on my OBS panel. However, you did get to see a 5-second preview of the next segment of the Chevrolet Industrial Musical. I'm actually going to take a snippet of that Queen's hand that I played for everybody at the beginning of the stream. And I might actually, I'm going to seriously thinking of sending it off to Hustler Honey. And she does a hand review every Monday night, so I might get in for a call-in show next Monday night with her on her stream to discuss that particular hand, because I'm still not 100% sure. And I think my main mistake on that hand, if there's a mistake, I should bet that turn, and I don't know why I decided to go with pot control on that turn. It doesn't really make that much sense. There are things that can be floating me on that flop that I'm still quite a ways ahead of with my queens, so I shouldn't really give them a chance to see a free river card there very often, because I know that there are river cards like the like another paired card, like a heart, that I'm not necessarily liking a whole lot there. So shove my deuces here. Hopefully we don't get called, because I hate going to a showdown with deuces, but I don't really have another move, and I don't really want to fold a pair. So the problem with deuces, of course, is you're always against overcards, even when people are calling you absurdly light. You're almost always against overcards, so it's your best case scenario is racing for your life. So it's never the ideal spot to do this in. But I also don't think folding my deuces. We're ages away from any sort of money spots. So wow, just sixes, man. He just has an overpair. How fucking gross is that? Alrighty, so we're done in the €1 falling star for nada today. Shit happens. Let's move on to another tournament. The €5 falling star and the €2 singularity is still going, and we're doing good in the €2 singularity. We got more than a double stack. It's not a bad idea, Mike. Maybe I'll cut like 5 or 10 seconds of that dance number for when I win all in. So that's actually not a bad idea. Instead of that binkage thing I was trying to work on, do a dance number might be. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. I might have to think about that. Queen Jack suited. I'm basically right on the chip average right now. Don't think we're folding to a min raise. Play as I fish. So it's generally a pretty good rule of thumb in online poker that if a player has any reference to them being a fish in their username, most likely the opposite is true. Generally speaking, and of course this isn't a global rule by any stretch of the imagination, but generally speaking, actual fish have no idea that they're actual fish, and even if they did have an idea that they were actual fish, would never actually want to advertise that in their username. Something to think about. For the record, the Discord channel is mostly intended for us to chat offline when I'm not streaming. We still have a place to get together and chat and, shoot shit or whatever. I'm probably not going to be looking at it very often while I'm streaming because I have enough other things to think about while I'm streaming that I don't really need to add monitoring Discord chat as well. But it does strike me that once the stream goes dead, I mean, there is still the chat window and people can still hang out in the chat window and stuff. But it just strikes me that it's a little more convenient in an offline app that's we've kind of got our own little self-contained community and we can kind of do what we want there. If it doesn't get used, then who knows, we might get rid of it. But I figured it's worth a try. See if people like it. See if I mean, the whole point of this for me, I mean, yeah, I guess on the surface it looks like I'm a poker streamer. And I mean, in obvious terms, I stream poker, so that makes me a poker streamer. But I'm actually here to build a community. It's really got nothing to do. I mean, I happen to stream poker because it's what I enjoy doing, and I'm doing a relatively decent job of it on Unibet these days. So it's not a terrible way to do it. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Mike. Actually, I'm gonna think about that. I could do the Apollo 11 launch as one of them as well. But yeah, but what I'm actually doing on stream is largely irrelevant to my larger purpose, which is to build a community of friends online that like to hang out with each other and like to chat. So that's really where the Discord I think comes in, is that we're I want this to be more than just a community that gets together when I stream poker. I'd like it to be more of a community that's just a community all the time, if that makes sense. I mean, I know we are a community all the time, but Discord will help us feel more like that, I think, and give us the ability to be that community all the time. Yeah, I like that idea, Mike. I'm definitely gonna think about that. I mean, I think there's either and now that you're doing this, I think there's a few I can put together. There's be like maybe 5-second clip of somebody on a roller coaster ride for those really really crazy hands that just go, that just, are all over the place. Yeah, no, agreed on that line, Ricky. If you're, yeah, I agree with that. The other one is if you're playing the raspberry on meth uh, avatar here on Unibet, you're an aggro fuck. That's basically all there is to it. Likewise, pretty much if you're playing the hug me cactus, you're usually an aggro. You're usually an aggro fuck too. Um, you might be the exception to the fish rule, Moofish. But I don't know, man. Like I say, I think it's a pretty solid rule. I don't think it's 100% accurate. No rule in poker is 100% accurate. But yeah, if you have the self awareness to put fish in your poker name, you're almost certainly not a fish. I just can't see it any other way. Speaking of fish poker names, I love the story. I heard Devilfish tell once about how he got his name from some Asian businessman he was playing poker against. And of course, there's that. I don't know what the actual name of the fish is, but they've got that one fish that they use in sushi that if you cut it the wrong way, it's deadly. But otherwise, it's. And I guess one of the colloquial terms for that fish is the devilfish because it can kill you if you prepare it wrong. Um, and he was basically killing them all at the poker table, so they nicknamed him Devilfish. And I thought that was a pretty cool way to get your nickname. Um, it being Devilfish telling the story, you never know how true any of the words that came out of his mouth were, which is part of the guy's charm, right? It's like he was a storyteller, and part of being a good storyteller is that the stories are stories, right? Good stories are good stories. They don't always they're not always 100% true, if that makes any sense, right? A good storyteller understands when to exaggerate for the effect of the story without actually impacting the relevance or the believability of the story. How's that? And Devilfish was 100% a good storyteller. There is very few on the poker felt that can rival Devilfish in storytelling ability, I think. Yeah, I used it a little bit for a couple of communities I have in another game that I was playing for a while that I've kind of dropped out of. In fact, it's the game where all my background graphics come from. Elite Dangerous. It's like a space game that you play as like a space trader, space explorer, space pirate, space combat guy, whatever. There's a few ways you can do it. Um, but I've never really gotten hugely into it, and I don't actually follow any other poker street discords except I'm now in Vanessa Cade's poker discord as well. So we just put in a raise in early position with aces on the 500 euro falling star. Once again, our singularity is a final table gets paid. So it seems to be the kind of regular thing that happens lately is that 9 players get paid, and we flop our set. Pretty happy with that. I think I'm going to check back, see if I can't get him to bet into me on the turn. There isn't really any turn cards that we dislike, so I think this is a reasonably safe bet. I mean, I suppose there's a couple of Broadway cards that we're not thrilled with. So this is great. So we're just going to call behind, see if we can't extract another bet out of him on the river. And this is where we I mean, there's a 4-5 possibly out there, but that seems pretty unlikely. So I think this is where we check shove, or this is where we shove on them with our top set. And we get it through. Oh wow, how did that get moved over? There we go. Yeah. Basically, Discord is just a place where we can, that's like a chat group that's active all the time. Like I know my chat window's active all the time as well, but if you guys are off watching other Twitch streams or whatever, this is like another app that's in the background. You certainly don't have to join, Mike. I'm not actually saying everybody needs to join. It was just sort of it's an idea for us to be able to have a place where, if I'm not streaming, there's still a place where we can go and chat, and you can, if you want to set up your notifications, you can be notified when somebody pokes you over there in your email and that sort of thing. So just a place to be a little bit more involved in the community. We flopped a gut shot here. The 10 is the card we need. 10 is our gin card. I don't think we continue here with just a gut shot. I don't even think our ace or our queen are necessarily live here because there's going to be a jack out there a fair amount of the time. So I think we just get away. Calypso Nano is usually, if you win the thing, it'll be 4 hours tops, I would guess. It's a pretty quick game at the end of the day. I mean, I honestly don't know if the Discord will be something that we use or not. And I one of the reasons I haven't started it before now is that we've always been a relatively small community anyways, and Discord is probably more useful for larger communities than we have, but it's, it's a solution that will grow with us as we grow, if we do grow as we grow. If I was on the button, I'd probably call behind here and see the flop drop, but I don't really want to do that out of position, so we'll just get rid of the... I could 3-bet that, but I don't really want to 3-bet there very often either, I don't think, so... I do that all the time, evisceration. The number of times I'm clicking on my OBS screen on the full button, trying to figure out why the fuck it's not responding to me. I would say probably 20% of the time it makes that god awful noise to remind you that you've got a hand that's about to time out. But 20% of the time that happens, it's because I'm over clicking on the OBS window trying to figure out why the fuck it's not responding to me. Hey, it's good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. We got the Deuce to 7 home game coming up in about 25 minutes. I'll be right back. I mean, I haven't actually gone anywhere. I can still talk to you guys even though you can't see me anymore. I've got my wireless headset on, so it doesn't work throughout my entire house. I can't actually walk around my whole house. But I can walk around most of my I can walk around my entire main floor with the headset, and it works fine. Goes a little wiggy when I go into my kitchen and I walk behind the wall, and there's like my fridge and the wall separating me from my computer. Then it goes a little wiggy sometimes, but it's actually pretty good for most of the rest of the main floor. I was just opening my curtains so I get some more light on the situation, some natural lighting. One of the things I need to think about investing in for the stream, if I ever decide to actually invest in the stream, is some decent lighting for this area. I would like to get I know a lot of people do green screen stuff so that so they can basically allows them to put their head over top of the table in many ways. Like Vanessa Cade does that, for example. But to do that well, I don't have enough light typically on my to do that well. You have to be really well lit. To do it as well as like a movie does it, you have to be exceptionally well lit and exceptionally good camera work. But even to do it passably, you need pretty good lightings, and I just don't have the lighting for it. So it's funny, Moofy. I was commenting about you yesterday in somebody else's stream, Ian Simpson's stream. You should probably go check him out sometime. Actually, if you like the Unibet stuff, go check Ian Simpson Poker out. But yeah, we were in the stream, and I realized it's funny. So Nightbot was the original bot that I had here in the Mothership chat channel. But we have a good friend who comes to the stream all the time, and was one of my first people to come to the stream, named Night Shopper. And it was really hard to tag him in posts and messages because Nightbot would be the first thing on the message, and the Night Shopper would be the second. So you had to type out a lot of words just to get his name tagged, right? So to be nice to people so they can more easily tag one of our friends of the stream, I changed from Nightbot to Moobot. Then you joined a couple of days ago. We now have somebody who whose name conflicts with MooBot. So I don't know. We may have to find a new bot so we can accommodate and make it easier for people to tag you in their posts as well. But at least Moo is two less letters than Night is, so it's a little bit easier to tag you. So we are 11 of 13 with 9 getting paid here. I think we probably need to shove this hand. Peter Northu. It's an interesting name. I'll let people in chat decide if they can figure out why I think that's an interesting name, and if somebody comes up with the right answer, we'll talk about it. Otherwise, we'll just move on to another subject. General rule of thumb in poker would be never fold your flushes. Sadly, I did this before I saw the flop, so I did actually not know I was going to flop a flush before I folded this one. Had I known I was going to flop a flush, you can never be certain about what you're going to do in poker, but I can be relatively certain I would have called had I known I was going to flop a flush. Because flopping a flush is a pretty good thing in poker, from what I hear. I've been reading some books lately, and what I gather, a flush is a good hand. Kings are a good hand as well. So, got pairs all over the place. This happened a couple of times today where I've had pairs on 2 tables that I'm playing. Sevens on the Singularity, kings on the Falling Star. We get raised into with the sevens, so I think we're just reshoving over top of him. Oh. Play as I fish. You know what? I think we're getting out of the way with our sevens. Sure hot bot. Yeah, it must have been afterwards then, maybe. Um, Ian's one of my favorite streams. Probably my favorite stream lately. I just really enjoy his banter. I enjoy the music he plays. I love watching his cats in the background. There's really nothing not to love about Ian's stream, I think. I've also never met the man in person, but he strikes me as one of the most genuine people on the platform at the moment. So, I mean, maybe I'm totally wrong about that, but I don't think so. I don't think I am. Hags! Ding, ding, ding. Hags with the winner. Hags with the winner. Peter Northu is a very thinly disguised use of a male porn star's name, Peter North, a Canadian male porn star for that matter. He was born and grew up in Nova Scotia, I believe, one of the maritime provinces, anyways, one of our little island provinces on the east coast. Was where Peter North was born and grew up in. So yes, that is why I thought it was an interesting name. It's a very thinly disguised. I mean, maybe the man's name is Peter Northu. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's just using his actual name, and yeah, it's got nothing to do with the porn star Peter North. But if so, it's rather unfortunate, and people are going to be making that association, or at least dirty old men, sick fucks like me, are going to be making that association quite frequently. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. I'm going to assume you mean you've met Ian and not Peter North, because that would be kind of creepy, getting the big hug off of Peter North. Well, I mean, it wouldn't. It would. It depends on it depends on on what you're into, I suppose. But it would be. So I'm going to assume you mean that you met Ian. Um, there, Mike. Yeah, yeah. Initially, the truth is, Visration, most male porn stars have gotten their start in on the gay side of the the world. That's just the way it generally works. Um, So, but yes, Peter North is one of those guys. He's been pretty much exclusively on the straight side for most of his career. But as is not uncommon, he did start on the gay side. I don't think a lot of fans that watch straight porn realize how many of the quote unquote male superstars started out on the gay side of porn. Peter North is not a poker player. No, Peter North is a porn star. Ian is a poker player. We're kind of conflating two things going on at the moment, but we are on the bubble. We are the bubble boy at the moment, and we have folded a 2-pair hand here, which is and we probably should have thought about playing a 9-10 on the button here, even if we're on the bubble. I think that's 8-9's a shove here. I mean, I didn't play it before because Playfish had already opened, but I should have actually looked at what the rest of the stacks are like. Yeah, the next stack to me is 17,000, so I've got to do something here. So, yeah, I think this shove had to happen. At least just to be able to stay on par with the blinds as they go around. Oh yeah, man. No, I'm there for you. I'll try to give you as wide an education as you can possibly get here. I'm very much a Renaissance man. I believe in I don't believe in specialization. I believe in having a wide range of knowledge. You will get discussions on everything from the gay male or the gay porn origins of most male porn stars to various astrophysical and cosmological theories. So we run the gamut here. We run the gamut here on the Mothership. Yeah, that's Unibet. That's Unibet in a nutshell right there. Dumbo cracked my kings, calling with 10 jack. Alrighty, so we are still on the bubble. We are still the bubble boy. We have king jack suited, and it's a blind on blind shove. I think we're calling this off like 1,000% of the time, right? I think we can't call this off fast enough. I mean, obviously, I could call this off faster, but I think we got to call this off. Nine, 10, jack, queen, king. Boom! Boom! We hit the straight. Booyah! Mav Rosa, good to see you, my friend. It's been a while since we've seen you around. Welcome back aboard the Mothership. I'm doing great. How are you doing? What you been up to lately? Always good to have you back. Always good to have you around. You'll probably find I'm playing a slightly more aggressive style of poker than the last time you were around as well. I know that was one of the things that you commented on before, was that you, and you were right, you felt that my style was super passive, and it was. But yeah, I think we're playing a little more aggressive now. Excellent, so we're in the money just as the break comes up on the 2-year Singularity. Going to kick you guys off for part 2 of the Chevrolet Industrial Musical, so enjoy.
50 million working. We're your market. The market should be quirky. 50 million bank accounts to draw from, plus our pay. You just prove that living's better if you drive a Chevrolet. We're your market. So fellas, won't you tell us? We're your market. We're daring you to sell us. North and south and east and west, we're waiting. Show us what you've got. Our hearts are palpitating.
On the great Atlantic coast, we got New York town plus fertile farmland and factories of all sorts. We got chorus gals and office workers and fisheries and coast resorts. We got streets and roads and new highways. This is your market for new Chevrolets on the great Atlantic coast. In the Great Lakes region, we got Chicago's yards and Wisconsin cheeses and Iowa corn that grows and grows. We got income from our wheat and pickles, summer tourists and Minnesota snows. We got streets and roads and new highways. This is your market for new Chevrolets on the Great Lakes. In the great eastern region, we got senators and FFBs and chicken wings and such. We got rolling turnpikes with more to come. What we ain't got ain't nothing much. We got streets and roads and new highways. This is your market for new Chevrolets in the great eastern region. In the great Midwest, we've got scenery and cash from mining and farms and farms and farms. We've got factories and oil refining and oh yes, we've got farms. We've got streets and roads and new highways. This is your market for new Chevrolets in the great Midwest. In the great Southeast, we got coasts and hills and scenic driving and guys and gals who drove. We got Navy yards and glamorous Miami and hospitality with a big yawl. We got streets and roads and new highways. This is your market for new Chevrolets in the great Southeast.
So we're back. The home game started up. There's only 3 people in it today, so it's not going to be a huge. It's not going to be a huge deal today, but we'll get there. I'll get it started up here pretty quick. So that was part 2 of the Chevrolet Industrial Musical. And as you saw there, in the first part, we saw them talking about who their market was. Here, they're talking about where their market was. So, like I said, it's just one of those sort of this. In this case, it's in this case, it's not so much an advertisement trying to sell the product as it is a motivational film trying to motivate the sales staff and educate the sales staff to go out and sell the product. So this is the home game up. Just me, Mike, and Evisceration now. Greedy Man, Evisceration, I think. The only ones in the home game now. There's still time to register. 10 minutes late reg. That's all I can. I can't find any place to set late reg at a different at different than 10 minutes. But yeah, this one's getting the lowest hand. With the lowest hand being 7, 5, 4, 3 deuce. So 10-6 is not a horrible. If we were playing single draw, see the fact that he just drew, I'm standing pat with my 10-6. I'm not going to break a 10. If he drew, that means he does not have a nut hand. Um, I'm pretty sure I've never, twice in a row, we got dealt spades the last hand, we get dealt hearts this time. I'm pretty sure I've never been dealt a natural flush in a 5-card draw game. The only reason that I'm playing this hand at all is because I knew that I was going to be throwing away my ace and my 10, so I'm not going to get 2 hearts back from that. Jesus, I mean, I am still. This is the scary part. I'm still fucking drawing into a flush here, folks. I'm literally still drawing into a flush, and it's not an unlikely chance that I'll hit my. So I think we're going to assume that our jack is good. He hits. He's betting anyways if we check to him. I'm actually surprised he didn't raise us on that, to be honest. But surprised you didn't raise me there, Mike. 87 is a pretty strong hand there. Of course, triple draw is not as strong as it would be in single draw, obviously. But was there 10? So 7-5-3, 2 cards to the nut, or 3 cards to the nuts. Obviously, is not a terrible place to be. So we got a 9-7-6-5. For the record, we've laddered up one spot, guaranteed 387 now in the singularity. Our 97's good here. Most of the time. Did this hit a really big hand there? So one draw. He's probably drawing into a reasonably big hand. Our 97 is... 97's obviously vulnerable, but I think we have to call. Definitely raising this hand. This is a very good, strong starting hand. We're drawing one the whole way here. Wow, throw a 4, get a 4. So aces are bad. Aces are always high in this game. So although I don't have a paired hand, I have the worst non-paired hand at this point. Evening, Ant. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Now I have the second worst non-paired hand at this point. But Mike is still drawing as well, so... Wow, he gets there with the jack. We're there with the king. He was drawing to a better hand than us, though. Mike was definitely drawing to a better hand than us. So we're 8 of 8 currently. Final table of the singularity here. Guaranteed 387 so far. Still playing that one though. Nice. Good to see a couple extra people jump in. Nice to see you guys. Moofy, Ant-Man. Alrighty, we got almost a full table of action going here. Deuce to 7 triple. So we're definitely gonna throw a 5 because we don't want pairs. We never want pairs. We're debating whether we're gonna throw our 10 at the same time. Probably we are. See what we get back with a 2 draw. Let's see what Moofy draws. So Moofy draws 1, which is probably drawing 1 to a relatively strong 4-card hand. So I think we want to try to get the strongest hand we can. So we need to draw 2. See, this is a bad sign for us because we've just hit the straight. That said, it's not the worst thing in the world because what we do in this spot is we check back, we draw 1 with the 6, and that's we can hit a deuce for the nuts at this point. We can hit an 8 for a fairly strong hand as well. So there's lots of things we can do here with this. It's not the worst hand in the world. We pair a 3. That's actually better than the 6 because paired 3 is actually pair of 3s is a quote unquote better hand in deuce 7 than a straight is. We pair a 7. Our pair of 3s would have been better. Does it let me show here? No, it doesn't let me show in this one. We were drawn to a pretty good hand. Final table. Pooh. Alrighty, we have laddered up again in the. So this is a natural 9, Pat 9. I think we're gonna play this one. Yeah. So I'm gonna pat my natural 9. It's like a pretty rough 9, so I'm not thrilled if there's other people. But with that man drawing 4 and Evis drawing 2, I'm in pretty good shape with my pat, I think. I'm definitely in a vulnerable spot here, with Ant-Man playing back so hard. But I don't think I'm going to believe that he's going to draw out on me. We'll see what he draws in the next hand. I mean, this is a great snow spot for him as well too, because he knows. I'm going to call the Ant-Man down here. I don't know how well he's drawn here, but we don't have the weakest of hands here. We don't have the strongest hands in triple draw. If this was single draw, I'd be like super happy with my hand at this point. Being that it's triple draw, I'm not as happy. There's lots of ways he could have drawn into a 7 or an 8. I mean, it's not hugely likely when you draw 4. Wow. Nice, Evis. Take down that ticket. Yeah, we probably don't want to play this. We do have 2 cards to the nuts, the deuce and the 5, but it's just not enough other equity there for us. So yeah, we've laddered up another time. We're guaranteed 7th now in the singularity. We're still in last place, but you know, as long as we're laddering up, who cares what place we're in, right? So 3-5-6 is not a terrible start for 3 cards in. You typically want to have a deuce or a 7, at least one of those in your hand. This is always the problem with drawing to a 3-5-6. When you hit your 4, it's actually one of the worst cards you can get because neither a deuce or a 7 is what you want to hit now. When you toss your queen, and the best you can hope for is an 86 if you just toss the queen, which is not a terrible hand. Let's be clear, an 86 is a pretty good hand, but the 4 is like the worst thing you could have gotten there. See, there we go. We hit a 7, which gives us our straight. So once again, we are going to check, probably call a bet, and try to get rid of our 6 and see what we can hit. So we're playing a 10-7. I think I'm probably going to call this down. I don't know how often a 10 is good. I think Evis can be doing this with a jack sometimes, though. Nice hand. Very nice hand. Might be worth looking at. Unfortunately, even with an overlay, the Sputnik doesn't really pay me to play anymore. If I'm thinking of the correct... Yeah, €10 guarantee, even with overlay, even when I win that, it doesn't really have a significant impact on my bankroll, so it doesn't really feel like it's worth playing my time or worth my time playing anymore on those low buy-in nanos. That's why I've moved. That's why I've moved away from them, because I was playing the dark matter nano for a while because my logic for the dark matter for playing dark matter nano was, well, you're good at it. Why didn't I just shove there? What an idiot I am. I should have just shoved there. And when I say I should have just shoved there, I mean there. I should have just shoved. So I was playing the dark matter nano, and my logic was that I was good at it and I was winning it all the time. So, or quite frequently, I won it like 5 or 6 or 7 times. So my logic was I should play it because I win it. But then I was realizing that it didn't. Yeah, crap. Alrighty, so we're done in 7th place in the singularity for 484. But yeah, so I realized that it wasn't impacting my bankroll in any way when I won it. So yeah, it was cool to win a tournament, but it was cool to win a tournament, but it just didn't have any impact on what I was doing. So I moved away. We just busted both of our Unibet tournaments, the Falling Star Bounty and the 2-year Singularity, at the same time. The Falling Star Bounty for no cash, with 7s, and you saw what happened in the other one. So what else have we got running here on Unibet that we can play that we haven't? We could jump into the black hole now. Let's get our stats updated first. So Falling Star Booty was a 0. Singularity was 4.84 for 7th. And that was 0. So the nanos that I do play still are things like the Black Hole Nano, which has a 100-euro guarantee, which means it's actually still somewhat worth it if I can win the thing, which I never have done in the Black Hole Nano. That's another reason I like to keep playing it, is because I haven't actually won it yet. So we're gonna. It's a late. It's like a super late reg on that one, but we're gonna jump into that one for now. I'm pretty much done like dinner in the deuce to 7 here. Well, I mean, we can still come back, but it's not. It's not looking good. Alrighty, we got the Black Hole Nano up and configured now. Still playing the loosey goosey doosey. Check and draw 2 here to our 94. We hit our 9, so we're playing a 96 at this point, which is a pretty strong hand. It's way better than the 9 we were playing on the previous hand when we ended up going down. When we were dealt a natural 9, because we were dealt natural 98, which is a pretty weak 9. 96 is a relatively strong 9. It's not the best 9, and obviously 9, 5, 4, 3 deuce would be the best 9, but this is like this is actually the second best 9. This is the second nut 9, because 9, 6, 4, 3 deuce. May as well put the rest of my money in. He was drawn to beat me, so I don't blame him for being in there. He was definitely drawn live. Nice hand, Moofy. Yeah, the Black Hole is one of the few. Black Hole is one of the few nano games I still play because it's got a €100 guarantee. So it's actually, there's we've got €25 up top, which is still reasonably significant to my bankroll. The €1 and €2 singularities I play usually have between a sort of a 15 and a €40 first prize. So €25 first prize fits right into that same dynamic. So I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, most of the other ones are now the prize pools are just too small for me to really be worth my while anymore, which is a testament to the fact that I'm moving up in the stakes, and I eventually have to you eventually have to start making those choices and move into different tournaments. Supernova Nano, of course, because it's a €1 buy-in, so I'm always in that when I can. Although it's been crushing my soul since they moved it to a €1. All that lovely moolah in there, and I can't seem to get past the first few rounds. I've been busting like super early in that one. I'm 0 for 6 cashing since they bumped it up to €1. Nice hand, Moofy. We will also jump into... Holy shit. How many people are in that game? Okay, it actually is gonna... Looks like actually... It actually did hit the... No, it hasn't. 25, it's 100. I'm just looking on stars. There's a... Cost 440, which is big for my bankroll, but there's a limit stud game. $150 guarantee. Which you don't usually get that many people in them, so might be an overlay in that. But no, we're not gonna play that. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. We folded our flush, pre-flop, 10 deuce, but still amounts to a folded flush. Nice, Evis, good job, good job. Always like to hear you banking a ticket. So we're drawing to a 65 now. Well, actually, that's not true. You can never actually draw to a 65. A 65, by definition, is a straight. It's a deuce, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight. It's the only way you can get a 65. So you're never actually drawing to a 65. You're drawing to a 76 because you're trying to hit a 7. 10-8. I wonder how often 10-8 is going to be good against Ant-Man's pat. I wonder how often Ant-Man's patting something worse than an 8. Well, let's call and leave our 40 chips behind for the next hand. Nice one, 86. Yep, good hit. Good hit. came in with a very shovey kind of stack in the black hole, so that's what we're going to do. This isn't actually a terrible hand, given the fact that we're forced all in the blind. Yeah, it's not going to let me say. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to let me say anything while we're still in the hand. There we go. I guess I'm checking down my 9-8-6. Yes, I'm probably patting that down now. So 2 draw and 3 draw. And Ant-Man's patting again. Jesus. The hell is it with your draws today, Ant-Man? My God. Should I break it? Should I break a 9? I guess I may as well break a 9 because I don't think the 9-8 is ever going to be good here. And the queen probably won't ever be good either. 86 might be. 86 might be good. I can see Ant padding 87s. I can see him padding 97s, 96s. That's why I think the 98 was never any good. I never see him padding worse than a 98 in this spot, I don't think. Yeah, we're done. I don't think the 98 was any good either, so we'll see, but take it down, Mike. Take down the Zenith. Looks like he might take looks like Ant-Man might take this one down eventually. He seems to be drawing like crazy. Yeah, Ant-Man's just drawing crazy good. Crazy good drawing, Ant. So we'll leave this running, and I'll keep commenting on this game as we go, as much as I can with cards down coverage. It's a little tough to do it with cards down coverage, but we'll do what we can. Yeah, when I'm already forced all in, it's a little bit tricky. But if you do have, like, if I'm playing a hand that's like 7-7 deuce deuce X, I'm pretty happy to do this because not only do I have 2 cards to the nuts, I'm denying somebody else 2 very key cards by having them in my hand on the first draw and throwing them away. So yeah, anytime you've got paired blockers like that, it's actually really good because you can subtract that many good cards from the other player's hands, and it makes it less likely that they're going to be playing those super low cards. So the concept of blockers is hugely important in Deuce to 7. And you might think that getting dealt a hand like 7-7-7 deuce deuce would be a horrible thing to happen in Deuce to 7, but to be honest, it's not the worst thing that can happen to you in the world. In fact, it's one of the better things because you're able to know that there's 3 sevens and 2 deuces already dead. that you're going to be throwing back into the muck pile. So if you do hit cards, you're going to be playing the best hand most of the time in that spot. So it's really useful. So Evisceration's now all in against Mike. And Evis is padding. Mike is still drawing 1. Evis playing an 87. Nice hand. Very strong hand. Very strong hand. It does look like Mike was drawing. Mike was drawing live, it looks like. Mike was drawing to an 86 potentially there. So Mike was definitely drawing live. Thank you, Ant-Man. I mean, I sort of figured out that you're only ever snowing there with anything worse than a 98. So, but yeah, the situation. I mean, yeah, you hate to break a natural 9 in the spot I was in, but it's it's just that's just the thing. When you're in bad shape, you're in bad shape, right? So both players are on 2 draws still. Going check. So looks like Ant-Man's getting a little closer to his hand. We got a 10-8 versus a 87. Ant-Man takes it, and we are now heads up. Good game, Evisceration. 3rd place. It does look like Ant-Man is getting the draws. In theory, that's a really good hand, Muthi. I mean, in theory, you actually want to be playing those hands because you're denying those cards to other players typically. But it's like anything in poker, right? Just because you have just because you have 2 blockers to the straight doesn't mean the other guy doesn't have the straight still, right? Your blockers matter in your calculation, but they're never the final answer, right? They're only part of they only change the odds somewhat. You can still have the straight, and Ant-Man can still have the hands. And at the end of the day, you still have to draw out to right? You still have to get there when you're drawing from those hands. One draw for the Ant. One draw for Mike. One of the things about triple draw as well is you get deeper into, and I mean we're probably not anywhere near this stage at this point in either our level of play or in the or in the situation. But you can actually, holy Jesus, those are some strong hands for heads up. That is some strong fucking hands for heads up, and I'm surprised that didn't get into some sort of an absurd raising war, to be honest. Um, so in single draw, your draw actions are very face up in many cases, right? When I draw 1 in single draw, um, it tells the other player something about the strength of my hand. When I draw 2 in single draw, it tells the other player something about the strength of my hand, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, in a fairly specific way. In triple draw, I can use draws to disguise my hand a lot. I.e., let's say I've got something like a king 9 8 7 3. Okay. I'm not really thrilled with the 9, frankly. So the sort of obvious play would be to draw 2 with the king and the 9 on the first draw, and draw to my 8 7 3. But that's also giving out information. It's saying that I've got 2 cards that are pretty high that I'm not that thrilled with. Okay. Let's say I choose just to draw my king. I'm drawing 1 card. That's giving an inflated sense of the strength of my hand to the rest of the table. And when I throw away the king and I have a deuce slide right in under the bottom, or a 4 slide right in there, I've suddenly got a spot where I can look at what other people are drawing and make a decision whether I want to play my 9-8-7, my very strong 9-8-7, or whether I want to now be able to keep drawing 1, which doesn't look like what I've done, i.e., I've drawn from a fairly weak hand into an increasingly strong hand. Instead, it looks like I'm drawing 1 into a strong hand and I missed it, so I'm drawing again into the same strong hand, if that makes sense. So you can really play with how many you choose to draw to disguise the strength of your hand a lot more in triple draw than you can in single draw. I don't know if that made sense to you guys or not, but it's one of the more involved triple draw plays that you can get into. So while I was going on about that triple draw strategy, looks like the chip lead flipped around again. Ant-Man back in the lead. I mean, it was pretty much in the cards when we saw Ant-Man come in that first hand against me. He draws 4 into the fucking virtual nuts, right? I mean, that pretty much that pretty much wrote the script for the day today, right? The guy can't lose a draw, it looks like. Tough one. Looks like Ant-Man is kind of confused there. He didn't hit his draw, and he's like, what the hell am I supposed to do when I don't hit my draw? What the fuck? What's going on here? Nice one, Moofy. Yeah, no, the stacks are pretty. It's pretty deep stacked right now. That's an interesting stage, and I mean we've only been playing an hour, so I might need to look at how these blinds go. Because yeah, it does seem like it's a pretty short stack. For the record, I'm still got the black hole running. We are not haven't really had a chance to do much of that. We've won a couple of pots, but they were small, and we've just sort of been whittled down. Haven't really had a place to really make our mark yet there. Another couple of nice strong hands. 98 versus 96. Three draw versus a one draw. Looks like Ant-Man's pretty happy to go with his hand. I mean, Mike's got to go with the stack sizes the way they are. Mike really has no choice but to try to draw out on this and just try to suck out and get there. Even though he knows he's behind, he doesn't really have a whole lot of choice. 76 versus 98. Mike takes it down. Mike takes it down. Good game, Mike. Good game, Mike. You're able to take down Ant-Man, who was drawing out so damn well for most of the game. Well done. Well done, Mike. A reg in the singularity that starts in 10 minutes. Nice pair of eights here. Which I think is probably just going to be a situation where I tell the dealer to please take all of these small round betting discs I have, put them in the middle, and give me that nice all-in button that you have, please, in your tray. I would like it if you would do that for me, please. Thank you very much, dealer. You may have your all-in button back, and I will take all the chips in the middle of the table, please. Thank you very much. Still doesn't like, even though he wins, he still doesn't like deuce 7. There's a pretty significant contingent of poker players who feel that deuce to 7 single draw is the purest form of poker that exists. And I think they've got an argument for it because it's truly a game of reads, right? There's no card information whatsoever. You don't see any of your opponent's cards at all. You don't see any, there's no community cards that people are playing. There's no upturned board cards like there is in stud. There's just literally no information in deuce to 7. And in the single draw context, you've got two streets of betting information. So it's like a pure read game. Now you might argue that 5-card draw would be the same sort of deal, single draw, 5-card draw. But it's a lot harder to know where you are. in a 5-card draw game, whereas in the deuce to 7 game, it's the best and worst hands are much more stratified in the deuce to 7 game, if that makes sense. So there's a lot of people that actually consider deuce to 7 to be the sort of purest form of poker. And I don't necessarily think they're wrong. I don't know that they're right, but I don't necessarily think they're wrong. Alrighty, so we're going to have our third segment of the, we got aces here. We're going to have our third segment of the Chevrolet Industrial Musical coming up next. Finish off the cross-country tour. And I think we then get into some more general sales motivation after that for the final. So yeah, I mean, I think our only move here is to, once again, ask the dealer to put all of our round betting discs into the middle and pass us the all-in token, please. Aces V10s. We can hold. We can hold. We hold. Hodl. That's a big hodl. That's a big hodl for a nice double. Alrighty, so we're off on the break. So I'm going to kick you guys off to the next batch of the Chevrolet Musical. Enjoy.
In the great Southwest, we got Texas oil, Louisiana cotton, and herds of cattle, of course. We got stretches of road for floorboard driving, and cowboys who never rode a horse. We got streets and roads and new highways. This is your market for new Chevrolets in the great Southwest. In the great Flint region, we got factories with factory payrolls and hills with dough from ore. We got vacation dollars and spread out cities, got grain and fruit and so much more. We got streets and roads and new highways. This is your market for new Chevrolets in the great Flint region. On the great Pacific coast, we got healthy air and fruits and oranges and timber, salt and milk. We got Hollywood and parks and orchards, and there's gold in them thar hills. We got streets and roads and new highways. This is your market for new Chevrolets on the great Pacific coast.
We're your market, some 60 million working. We're your market, the market should be perfect. 50 million bank accounts to draw from. Plus our pay. You just prove that living's better if we drive a Chevrolet. We're your market, we're your market, we're your market. We're your market. you know we got the dough, but we won't just let it go. You gotta come around and see me. You gotta come around and see me. Fundamentals do get rusty. Dust 'em off if they is dusty. And fundamental number one is come around and see me. You gotta come around and see me.
Money, 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 money.
Paychecks come to quite a sum.
Money, money.
If you're gonna get this plum,
Money, money.
you gotta shake it loose. You gotta shake it loose. You gotta shake, shake, shake it loose. Money in the bank account.
Money, money.
Just to watch the green stuff mount.
Money, money.
Unless you shake it loose. You gotta shake it loose. You gotta shake, shake, shake it loose. I'm so eager to be buying. Sure, I got the money, but you gotta do the trying. Get out and beat the bushes. Got dollars, but I'm holding tight.
In the great Southwest, we got Texas oil, Louisiana cotton, and herds of cattle, of course. We got stretches of road for floorboards.
We got the new Singularity coming up now. Kind of messed up a little bit on the ads there. We didn't quite finish that off, but I thought it was kind of fun that we got this like real subtle money, money, money. It kind of bit going there. It's like they're so subtle at this. But yeah, I mean it's they're trying to motivate their sales force. Still playing the yeah, I'm not watching the WQ main event either at the moment. I might if it's still on after I'm done streaming, but oh! How is it that we get fucking punished for the right play so often in those spots, people? I mean, there's absolutely no fucking way he should be playing that way with ace deuce by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I guess he could put me on like an ace king or an ace queen there, but there's literally no reason in the world not to be putting me on a pair there. For him to think his deuce is any good is absurd in that spot. Yeah, he should not be there. I'll take quad aces with a boat on the end just for good measure to get my chips back, I guess. Alrighty, so queens. I bet you Thomas jumps into us here. No, limps into us. He can call me off pretty light here because he can think I'm tilting against that last hand. We played against each other. Boom! Boom! We just flop him dead, basically. Well, not quite, but we turn him dead. Sadini. That's okay. We get happy Eni a little bit later. It's interesting to be talking in real time and also still doing emote commentary in the 3-minute past on the stream delay. Right now would be a pretty good time for that roller coaster video I was talking about. We're probably going to be able to call off a Thomas shove. 2-mass, I guess. We actually hold? We actually fucking held there. Holy shit, with that many outs. Too many out syndrome, I guess, for him. I guess that was too many out syndrome for him. want to thank the Real Page for the auto host for the record. I've been noticing last little while they're auto hosting me on every host, so thank you very much for the auto host, Real Page, if you're out there listening. Or anyone who's watching from the Real Page's channel, hello, hello, and welcome to the Mothership. Damn, Moofy, that's some nasty bad beat shit there. Backdoor clubs, backdoor straights. Our jack and our queen can still be good here because I think ace gets shoved by either of these guys usually. Should be in theory. So our clubs come in for the front door now. Far less likely now as well that there's an ace. I should probably bet there actually. I shouldn't just check. I should probably bet there. He's going to be on the 5 or the 7 too often there, I think. I was thinking of reshoving and putting them all in. With my draw, but I think I have to hit in order to win there, because I think he's probably playing the 5 or the 7 probably a lot of the time there. I think this is a spot where I just have to put myself on the line. I don't think I want to go to a flop. I think I want to do this pre-flop. So he's going to re-raise me pretty wide with his stack, with our stack dynamics. I think he's going to be re-raising pretty wide on the big blind. So I think my ace-queen is going to be good here an awful lot. It might be turning my hand into a bluff to a certain extent, because I may only be getting called by worse. But I'm going to be getting called by race hands some of the time, and I think I'm actually getting called by some of his weak races as well there. So, but more than anything, that shove, I guess it's a bluff, but it's to avoid going to the, it's to avoid having to go to the flop with the hand that I'm not entirely sure where I'm at that stage, if that makes any sense. For the record, I was mentioning earlier about the raspberry on meth avatar. If you didn't know which one I was talking about, it is the one that's 2 seats to my right now. Red Bad is rocking the raspberry on meth avatar that I was discussing earlier. So we'll expect him to be a fairly aggressive player. Do I want to try and bluff here? Or do I just want to give up? I think we just give up. Might have bluffed him off that hand. I think there's a lot. King High's calling there a lot, though. I think with the way that action went, I think if I'm sitting there with King Jack, I think I'm probably calling a lot of the time. Right, so this is a total and complete set mining operation here. If we don't hit our set, we're done. Well, I say if we don't hit our set, we're done, but we're actually not necessarily done here because it's probably going to check around on this board. Let's see, a single bet from a... I mean, I don't think he ever just leads out for a min bet there with something that doesn't have a jack in it. I don't know. Yogs, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I mean, my basic thought pattern there with the ace queen is that he can be raising his blind pretty wide. Yeah, the idea was I didn't really necessarily want to play post flop and have to figure out where I am against him post flop. When I sort of am pretty sure I'm playing the best hand pre flop. So I'm not really sure whether I'm supposed to call that a bluff or not, because I don't really. I mean, I am betting that way to end the hand there, so I guess it is a bluff in that sense because I'm not actually looking for value calls really. So yeah, I guess technically it is a bluff, and I don't really see why I should be wondering. Oh, that's a pretty nice flop for our hand. It's obviously not the nut flop for our hand, but it's a pretty good flop for our hand. I mean, maybe we're just in against the bigger straight, right? Could be flush draws. I think it's a lot of flush draws here, which I could certainly have called to get value out of rather than raising there. But again, I think there's a lot of cards that can come on that turn that I'm not real happy with. So I think getting the hand over with there is not going to be a terrible thing most of the time. But I do sort of understand that there's more value to be had if I just call there with the straight. And if I have the nut straight, I do just call there. Having the bottom end of the straight though makes me a little less confident. Especially when the 9 jack is one of the hands that's going to be out there some of the time. So, alrighty, Eves, thanks for coming by. We will see you again on Friday, I believe. I think we'll be back. I think we'll be doing a music stream on Friday. I think I'm gonna put together some tunes, some tunage. Of course, you guys will be able to submit your own requests as well. That's the way we do things here. We are a democracy. I will throw together a bit of a Canadian playlist. And otherwise, you guys will be able to throw on what you like. And my playlist might not even be all Canadian anymore either. We've done the Canadian thing for a few weeks, and I wouldn't say I've exhausted the Canadian music, but I've played a lot of the good stuff already. There's a lot of stuff that I'm just going to keep playing over and over again because I love it. Branch out into some of the other stuff that I enjoyed as a younger adult or other times during my life. Yeah. Turned a granny into a poker pro. Or a poker player. So we got a gut shot here. I think that's probably worth putting a bet in on. And now we're up and down, so we're double. Got it. I think it's worth double barreling. It's worth triple barreling, in fact. Don't need to go super huge. I'll either get the job done or I'll get called by king. That's great, Mike. I'll have to check that out. It's funny. I love that. Forgotten the guy's name now, but that article that you sent me about tilt, about the various kinds of tilt recently, and then he was streaming. The same guy was streaming stuff on Twitch here on the PokerStars channel, and I went over. I tried to watch his Twitch channel. I just couldn't watch it. I just found it absurdly boring. I don't know what it was, but I just couldn't. I just couldn't watch it. I watched for like 20 minutes or so, and I was just like, yeah, no, this is not. I can't do this. Oh, wow. We got a massive host from good friend DeVitz, who has sent us over 23 people on our host. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We got the massive host from DeVitch. Thank you so much for the host, my friend. Thank you so much for the host. That is so awesome. That is so awesome. Welcome, everybody, from DeVit's stream. If you do not know me, I am Elron66, also known as 10 Jilly on the Unibet streets quite a bit. Also known in the real world as Lyle Bateman. I am the senior editor of Poker News Canada, along with various other things. And I run this little poker stream from southern Alberta in Canada. Click the follow button if you're not a follower. Welcome to the stream. You'll see on the bottom my Facebook and Twitter information pops up on a regular basis as well, so feel free to follow me over there. I talk about poker. I talk about lots of things on my Twitter, so it's a pretty wide gamut that we run over there. My opinions are 100% my own over there. We have a Discord channel now as well. It's just started up, so it's really new. Very few people in there yet, but we'll get there. And we just finished playing a deuce to 7 triple draw home game on Stars. We're going to be doing a little bit more of these mixed games from time to time because I really miss playing my mixed games. I, of course, 3 minutes ahead and everything in chat. I just, you guys are going to hear me talk about the Discord link that I just put in there in like 3 minutes. So, well, of course, now that you're hearing me say this, you just heard me talk about it but you know what I mean. This time travel shit with Twitch delay does your head in sometimes. Does your head in sometimes as a streamer. I'm not really sure how David keeps track of it now, especially now that he's apparently worked out a way to worked out some sort of Twitch magic to talk in real time while streaming his hands from 3 minutes ago. Which I'm not entirely sure I know how he's done that. I've got some ideas on how he does the hand display thing on the side on his sidebar now. I've got some ideas on that. But I'm drawing I'm drawing total blank on even how you'd configure a partial delay like that. That Discord is brand new, Ant-Man. It literally came into being last night. At most 2 nights ago. I think it was last night it came into being. At the moment, we've got Giggle Piglet and Night Chopper over there, and that is it. But yeah, the whole idea is just to have sort of an offline comms area for us to chat while the stream's not online. So I think we're going to play the Queen Jack, see a flop with it at least. Especially against our Raspberry on math. So we've now got the open ender as well as top pair, so I don't think we're going anywhere. Big Bricky Martin on the river for everyone, it would appear. So I think we're going to, since it goes check on the turn, I think we're going to put some money in here and see if we can't get some value out of our top pair. I think a 10 plays this hand totally differently. I do think we get called by a 9 sometimes. Maybe checking and letting the flush and straight draws that just bricked bet into me might be the way to go there. Or have it go check. Yeah. Might have been turning my hand into a bluff there. Yeah, I'm actually not sure what it'll do for you either, Mike, other than allow you to keep in touch with the rest of the group when I'm not streaming. That's the only real thing that it's going to do. And again, I'm not even sure how useful or how much it's going to get used even at this point. We are still somewhat of a small community to make a Discord channel terribly useful, I think. But it will become more useful as we grow. And I think even at the size we are, it could certainly turn into a fun place where we all hang out when I'm not streaming. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like commenting on hands he played 3 minutes ago, which is, like I'm not sure how the delay works for that. Yeah. I guess the engine of the TARDIS that would probably work. Infinite improbability drive might help you in that regard as well. Um, but probably the TARDIS core is probably going to be your best bet doing that. Are you in it, Mike? Did you join? Let me have a quick look. Ant-Man, yes. Mike just joined in. Oh, we got a few people. We got a few people coming in. We got Beatsby Dr. Lamb. We got Ant-Man's joined. I just hadn't noticed that there was joiners while I've been playing. I haven't been paying attention to the stream while I'm playing. That's one of the things. When I am streaming, I'm probably not going to be paying attention much to the Discord. I'll be paying much more attention to it when the stream's offline. So I think we're going to be check calling. We would have check called a bet there, I think, most of the time. So on the next break, we'll get to go back to the final segment of our Chevy Industrial musical, where they finish off the Money, Money, Money song and come in for a grand finale closing number. And then there's actually some political ads that come in after that. So we'll see how it goes. Like I say, it's a bit of an unusual day today, but should be fun. When I'm streaming, I'm not sure that it does much. I need to figure out what. I need to figure out how there are integrations you can do, but I'm not really sure what they are and how useful they are. When I'm streaming, there's probably no added value when I'm streaming. I think the added value to the Discord comes when I'm offline. I think that's the way I'm looking at it, anyways. But while I'm streaming, it's probably not as useful because I'm not going to be monitoring it very much because I've got too much other stuff going on at the time, and I'll be monitoring the chat here. But the thing is, and at least in my case, like, okay, so Discord, you might be running Discord as a web page in your browser, which is perfectly functional and workable. I mean, I think that I would think there's a tiny bit of added value to me actually coming on and streaming, but I mean, maybe that's true. Maybe it'll just make my stream obsolete if we have a Discord channel, but that's cool. But no, what I was going to say is that I've actually got Discord as an app on my computer and on my phone. So look, once I go offline, if people are hanging around in my chat on Twitch and saying things, I don't have a clue that it's happening if I don't actually go and look at the window that Twitch is running in or start my Twitch window. And if I start my Twitch window, I won't see anything that people have said in the past. So there's no like chat history that that rolls up that I've been able to find. Discord, if you say something to me on Discord, and especially if you at me on Discord, it's going to give me a notification. I'm going to see that. I'm going to see that notification on my app, either on my phone if I'm out, or here on my desktop. So I'm going to actually. So if you actually want to chat to me while we're offline and not on stream, you can at me in the mess hall in the Discord channel, and if I'm awake, I'll. Don't worry. Also, don't worry about adding me. Don't worry about the time zones either. If you're, if you're elsewhere, don't worry about my time zones because my stuff is set up so it will not wake me up. If you at me in the middle of the night, it will not wake me up. So feel free to at me whenever you like if you want to send me a message. It'll probably look like I'm always logged in. And AFK a lot because I'll probably be it'll probably just be running in the background all the time. But like I say, it gives me notifications, so it'll let me know. And it's the same with you guys. If we're in there, I mean, you'll actually be able to see if people are chatting or not. Whereas it's kind of hard to know when you go to my channel if there's anybody hanging out there chatting or not, right? Unless you see people chatting. So here you'll actually see the chat history and the chat log. So we're still a ways from thinking about caching spots, but we aren't that far off of a caching spot here. So I think we need to be fairly cautious in our play here. I should look at the Unibet client. Yeah, because right now it doesn't recognize. It's weird. It doesn't recognize it sees the stars client is open, but it doesn't recognize Unibet at all. So I'll have to go and see if we can add that one. Cool, Mike. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. I see it. I will watch it after the stream. So far we're not making a profit on the day yet, but we've still got some chances. We still got some chances for sure. Going to be jumping into at least one more tournament as well today. The €1 Singularity kicking off at the top of the hour, 20 minutes from now. 3 p.m. my time. And whatever p.m. or a.m. it happens to be for your time. Get rid of the good buddy hand, I think. Just getting my admin done for when the Singularity starts up. Although, as we've seen in the past, this sometimes backfires on me. But nonetheless, we will be optimistic and get all this set up for the future. So one of the things with Discord, it probably is too much application for what we're. Nice, nice. Yeah, Discord is probably too much app for what we're actually needing. I mean, I know that in my Elite Dangerous game, it gets used for squadron control quite a bit. So there's like, so with the different chat rooms and things, you've got different people with different functions having access to different chat rooms. So it's almost like a work function in that sense, where you've got, so some people, so there's some rooms that everybody has access to for general information, then there's specific project rooms and things like that, right? I don't really see us making use of that much depth in here. I mean, I was making some rooms last night, and I'm like, I don't really know what we need more than a couple of rooms to a place where I can put uncluttered announcements in, and then another place where we can all just chat amongst ourselves. And I'm thinking maybe one extra one where it's like that's where you dump all your bad beat bullshit meme type story things, right? But I'll have to check that out. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. I'll check it out once I'm done streaming. It'd be interesting to watch that because I'm trying to work out how you would play chess against grandmasters without knowing how to play chess. That seems impossible, but it'd be interesting to see how he works it out, if apparently he does. Scrimped, we were talking about him the other day, one of the better players at these stake levels. Was that a bit of a freeze up there as I was trying to shove my suited king there? I think it was my mouse coming off my mouse pad though, not the system. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about sneezing into you guys' ears there. I didn't get to my mute button fast enough. I apologize. It was actually a fairly muted sneeze for me. I've Got a fucking fly in the house and it's annoying the hell out of me. Wonder how often 4s is a reshove here. I think it's probably all the time. Given that we're not really in a caching spot at the moment, not even close to it, 10 away. Need to get chips. We're not just gonna... Come on, let's hodl. Let's hodl. Let's hodl. Hold! Hold! We hold. We hold. We like it to hoda. We likey. We likey the hold. We likey the hold. Okay, you know it's basic chess. That makes it a little bit different. I thought he was like completely clueless at chess. Even basic chess, although I can actually see where playing against a weak player could actually confuse the crap out of a grandmaster because you're doing things that they just totally don't expect. I've had that. I've also had Darth Vapor. Darth Vapor is the other one that we get quite a bit, as in... Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch the video. Righty, we got our break coming up again. For those of you who haven't been around for the previous breaks, today we are straying a little bit from our typical old-timey commercial line, but we're not straying too far from it because what we're doing is we're running pieces of a 1953-54-ish time frame industrial musical for Chevrolet cars that was done to motivate their sales force. And this is a somewhat unknown if you're not versed in musical theater history or in advertising history, you may not know anything about this sort of weird period in history. But there was like tons of money dropped into musical theater productions, completely commercial musical theater productions. This is an example of one such production that we're seeing. You're going to get the final segment of it where they wrap everything up. We had the opening segment where they introduced you to the kinds of people you're going to be selling your Chevrolets to. And then we had the next segments where they showed you the markets around the United States and how to sell in those particular markets. Now we're wrapping it up with sort of general sales motivation for the staff when it goes. So hope you guys will enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't yawn scream. You're right. He does it fairly often. Yes, he does. Alrighty, enjoy the final segment of our Chevrolet Industrial musical video, and we'll be back after these messages.
Money, 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 money. Nature's got to quiet us down. If you're gonna get this money, money, gotta shake it loose. You gotta shake it loose. You gotta shake, shake, shake it loose. Money in the bank now. Just watch the green somehow. Money, money, shake it loose. You gotta shake it loose. You gotta shake, shake, shake it loose. I'm so eager to be mine. Sure, I got the money, but you gotta do just right. Get out and beat the bushes. That's what I'm holding tight. You gotta treat me right. 'Cause I got the money, 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 money. Get out and shake it, shake, shake, shake it. You gotta shake it loose.
Every Republican politician wants you to believe that Richard Nixon is, quote, experienced. They even want you to believe that he has actually been making decisions in the White House. But listen to the man who should know best, the President of the United States. A reporter recently asked President Eisenhower this question about Mr. Nixon's experience.
I just wondered if you could give us an example of a major idea of his that you had adopted in that role as the decider and final.
If you give me a week, I might think of one. I don't remember. Because
At the same press conference, President Eisenhower said,
no one can make a decision except me.
and as for any major ideas from Mr. Nixon,
If you give me a week, I might think of one. I don't remember.
President Eisenhower could not remember, but the voters will remember. For real leadership in the 60s, help elect Senator John F. Kennedy president.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
and young enough to do.
Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you'll cast your vote for Kennedy, and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
It works wonders when the family gathers at Grandma's for one of those special Sunday dinners.
Your milk nut. They call it milk nut.
Yes. Like the drumstick.
The drumstick. Bobby, come on, get out from under there. That's your new suit.
And if you get a headache later on, that's when Bayer works wonders. 2 Bayer tablets bring all the pain relief power your headache can use. Bayer is pure aspirin, not just part aspirin. Bayer works wonders.
We are back. I thought I'd end those off with a for the record, we have the 1 euro singularity going here as well. I thought I'd end that segment off with a couple of old political ads that I really quite enjoyed for different reasons for each ad, and then because political ads give people a headache, we run the bear ad at the end of all that. But yeah, so I thought the first ad, basically about as serious an attack ad as you're likely to see, certainly from that day. And I mean, even today, I mean, that's some pretty devastating stuff. You get the President of the United States going, if you give me a week, I might think of something. That's a pretty good gotcha going there. And it's interesting. We tend to think of negative advertising as being a product of the modern day. But no, I mean, this is 1960. This is the 1960 campaign, Kennedy versus Nixon. Tricky Dick, as Mike points out in chat. Although this is Tricky Dick before he was actually Tricky Dick, really. He was just Richard Nixon, the rather reviled and somewhat joked about vice president at the time. But if you recall your history, it was that campaign that grabbed the famous Nixon quote, "You won't have Nixon to kick around anymore," which of course wasn't true because they did have Nixon to kick around a few years, like 8 years later. They once again, or 12 years later, they once again had Nixon to kick around. And kick around they did, although he gave them lots of reason to kick him around. So then we get to the second Kennedy ad, which is completely the opposite, right? This is like a complete upbeat, happy song, happy lyrics, hope for the future kind of whole deal. So it's a nice dichotomy, I thought, between the two advertising styles. So there you go. So this is interesting with our 10s here. Do we just flat or do we just shove here, like right at the beginning of for no apparent reason? So I think we're just going to flatten position and see what the flop brings. I think we do the stop and go here. Because I think a queen bets that flop like 1,000% of the time. Even with my flat, I think a queen's got to bet that flop. So there's no queen out there. Okay, there's two queens out there. Well, that was that quick little day in the 1 euro singularity. But hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Somebody better clip that. There's no queen out there. That's funny. That is funny. Let's put our big fat zero in that column and move on, shall we? There's no queen out there. So we had a single hand foray into the €1 singularity and busted that. So we're still only in 2 games. So let's actually go adjust our. Let's just take that embarrassing €1 singularity right off the whole record there. We're just gonna erase that from the record, and we're done with the €1 singularity, folks. I mean, technically, I was right in my analysis. A queen always bets that flop. 2 queens never bets that flop. I should have thought about the 2 queens never bets that flop idea. So there's never a queen out there. There is, however, sometimes 2 queens out there. That's okay if you guys. I just got the clip published. Go ahead and publish it yourself if you want as well. But I just got her. I'm just publishing it now. I managed to get in there and do it myself. I shove my ace-8 here. And we get called by 3s, and we do not get there with our overcards. So we are done in the black hole in 20th place, 5 out of the money. Should have maybe thought more about whether you wanted to shove there. It's blind on blind, though, so I think shoving blind on blind is going to be pretty. You're going to be shoving most aces in that spot with just like 12 big blinds, so I'm not terribly unhappy with that. Down to 1 table remaining now. Yeah, it's tough. I'm not 100% sure when to 3-bet either a lot of times, Mufi. I think that's probably the weakest part of my game right now. And when I do it, I still sort of feel like I'm picking semi-random times to do it a lot of times, right? Which doesn't feel like it's the right way to strategize your 3-bets. But I don't know. I think I'm learning more. There are a few spots where you just sort of see that it's a clear 3-bet shove squeeze spot or whatever. But yeah. You think a lot of Queen X hands? Okay. I'm wrong. I'm actually thinking that a lot of Queen hands want to get having flop top pair, given the way that the pre-flop action went, having flop top pair, they want to start getting value from ace X hands that have missed the board or have hit one of the lower cards, or from lower pairs, flush draws, things like that, right? At least that's the way I'm thinking when I have a queen there, and I'm thinking hands like ace queen, king queen, queen jack, that sort of thing. But you're a much better player than I am, so I'm definitely going to take your advice more so than mine. And I mean, as it turned out, I was like totally wrong, right? So it's it was like utterly the wrong move to make. Maybe I clip that one. Maybe I send that clip to. Maybe that's the clip I send to Hustler Honey, or maybe we do both clips. Maybe I go with both clips to Hustler Honey for next Monday's hand show. So with an overpair to the board, I think we have to keep betting, trying to extract value from a 10 or spade draws. And I think we have to call off because I think he's just going to do this with top pair too often or with a spade draw too often that we're just ahead of now. So I just think we just have to call off here so much. I don't actually expect him to do that with a 4 very often. But hey, I'll take it. For the record, I highly recommend anybody who does not know Ant-Man, I highly recommend you listen to his advice. I highly recommend you listen to his advice because he's a pretty good poker player. It's worth. He thinks about the game a lot, and he's certainly one of the people in this channel that has helped me improve my game. Night Shopper would be another. Mike has given me some good advice as well. Definitely Ant-Man's one of the main ones, though. So we just got fucking counterfeit on the river. We obviously can't call this bet because we got aces and queens with a 5 kicker, which is never going to win the pot. And I don't actually think a raise gets him off of anything that's, yeah. I mean, it might get him off of bluff hands, but even that I don't think is, I think there's a lot of 10 high, 11, or 10 high, jack high type hands that are going to still calm me down there. Couple of unfortunate little hands there. I mean, I totally get why 2 queens checks on that board for the deception value. But I have to think if I'm playing one queen, I'm not so confident in my hand strength going forwards. So part of the reason for a bet is to extract value from other hands that might be worse than mine that would want to continue there, to make them pay for their draws. But the other part of the reason to make a bet there is that I'm never unhappy when I just take the pot down there, right? Now, obviously, I'm in a spot where I can't really do much other than shove there because of the stack sizes and the pot size at that point. I think I'm putting in half my stack to half bet the pot there, basically. Putting a third of my stack to, so it's not, shove's the only move I have. So I can check there. But I think in that specific case, the result is the same, because if I check, goes on the turn, he's going to bet the turn. I still have to call with my tens there. I mean, I still think that the logic holds that there's not necessarily queens out there holds, so that I probably still have to call it off. But he's a bit of a player, but he doesn't know what his bankroll is lately, I don't think. So as I'm taking anything out for dinner, I probably also it's not going to be thought in time for me to cook anything. So time for roast chicken tonight, I think. It's a good thing Piano Cat's not here today. She wouldn't like to hear me talking about eating meat. Yeah, no, I'm already gone, Yogi. Sorry, that one did not go very well for me. That one we got our ass handed to us pretty darn quickly. We're still playing for 30 euros in this 2 euro singularity though. So with any luck, we'll get there. It is not 420 for me, it is 320 for me. But here's the thing. It's 420 somewhere. Thank you, Jimmy Buffett, for the line I can co-opt. Although it's not even really co-opting the line. I mean, it's 5 o'clock somewhere to it's 420 somewhere. It's pretty much the same thing. You're just substituting one. I was gonna say one drug for another, but in fact, being that I'm Canadian, I can actually now say you're just substituting one legal drug for another legal drug in that case. So yeah, it's 420 somewhere. I will admit my adjusted words don't fit the tune very well. I will admit that. Damn, Muthi. Well, I mean, me, it was 5 from the bubble, so, you know. Felt it was a bit too early position to shove. But we get lucky with a good flop, so we're not going anywhere here. We're not going to assume he has a 7. If he plays back against us, we're snapping off with our king here, I think. Pretty much all the time. Yeah. Raj, good to see you. Good to see you. I'm not sure if your name is Raj or Rage. I'm not sure I'd want a gaming name that I used to be Rage, because that would just be too ragey for me. But, you know, I don't know. I'll call you Raj from now on. If it's supposed to be Rage, let me know. Yeah, the roast chicken, I'm usually pretty simple. Usually a pretty simple eater. I very much, I'm not into fad diets or anything like that. I've never been into fad diets. Well, I mean, you can look at me, you can tell I'm not really into diets. I'm not exactly the thinnest person in the world. I wouldn't exactly say I'm obese either. I'm kind of in the middle of that. I'm probably heavier than I should be, but you know. But I do have some fairly important food rules that I follow that I think are probably a lot healthier than a lot of the quote-unquote diet stuff that we see in the world. My rules are pretty simple, actually. I only eat real food for the most part, and I know that sounds silly because what else would you eat other than real food? But by real food, what I mean is, so in the meat category, I don't eat processed meats. I will very, very, very rarely get something like a processed ham or cured meats or cold cuts or any of the like pastrami's or salamis or anything like that. I don't get any of the prepackaged frozen meat dinner things as well. I just don't do any of that packaged processed food for meat. I buy pieces of chickens. I buy cuts that are identifiably cuts of meat off of a pig, off of a cow, that sort of thing. Why did I just fucking fold top pair? What the hell am I doing? I'm telling a story and I'm not. Yeah, I'm on autopilot and I'm not telling and I'm not paying attention to the poker game. I need to stop doing that. I will continue the story though. Same thing when it comes to the sort of accoutrements that go on the side of the thing. The closest I get to quote unquote processed food these days is bread, which is the original processed food that we've been eating in our diet for thousands of years. And that's the closest I sort of get to processed food. But my typical meal, like tonight, my typical meal is going to be roast a chicken thigh, bone-in chicken thigh with the skin on it, roasted, lightly seasoned with salt, pepper, garlic. Seasoning salt, pepper, garlic, some onion salt usually, or onion powder usually as well. not onion salt, onion powder. Very low sodium. I have a very low sodium diet as well. That's key to me. That's one of the reasons why I stay away from processed food, so I can control the amount of sodium that's in my food. So it'll be that roast chicken piece, and then I'll have probably a baked potato, although sometimes I'll fry the potatoes. And then I'll have steamed corn usually, or steamed peas, or steamed, some sort of steamed vegetable like that. And a piece of garlic toast, and that's usually my piece of garlic toast or two, and that's usually my average dinners, and that's kind of what I eat all the time. I lie. I suppose the other processed food. Well, no, actually, and again, it's not processed food. It's a cured food. It's not a processed food. I eat bacon. I think bacon gets a bad reputation. It's not a food. It's obviously not a food you should eat like huge heaping helpings of. It's something that is kind of a guilty pleasure for extra taste, but it's real food. If you're eating real bacon, it's a specific cut of meat off of the side of a pig, right? Or if you're eating back bacon, it's a specific cut of meat off the back of a pig. So that's basically my rules for eating. Eat real food. Avoid the food that you won't eat. A nice way that it was put, I heard on one documentary, was don't eat anything that your great grandmother wouldn't recognize as food. And I think that's actually a pretty good rule of thumb. And yeah, you can occasionally have the odd snack and things like that, but be aware that it's always like way worse for you than actual real food. Raj, not rage. Good, cool. It's weird, Raj. I usually go the other way. There's been a couple of months. One of my claims to fame, quote unquote claims to fame here on the Mothership, is that I've not had a single month of play since I started playing at Unibet where I've lost money. Now, there's been at least 1 month where my profit was like 16 cents that I slid into on the last day finally. So it was pretty darn close on that month. And I can't quite say that for every week. There's been a couple of weeks when I've like 3 or 4 weeks that I've lost profit in. But somehow or another, I always manage to turn it around and pull a profit out near the end of the month. I know eventually that has to stop, and I know eventually I have to have a month where I lose money. But I mean, hey, if I can keep it up, I'm gonna be happy with that. Jesus, we're getting moved all the time over here on this singularity table. I don't know if things are arranged exactly the same elsewhere in the world, but here in Canada, I call it perimeter shopping because our supermarkets are arranged in such a way that you've got when you walk into the store, on the left-hand side of the supermarket is going to be your, there's going to be typically a deli, like a deli type section with some prepared and processed foods right there on the left side. But then you're going to move to almost immediately in every grocery store in Canada, you're going to move to a fresh fruit and vegetable section. Then you go around the back of the store, you're going to have the meats across the back of the store with processed meats like hams and bacons and sausages and wieners and stuff. Next to that, leading into the dairy and egg type area with cheeses going down to the end. So you walk around the perimeter, you get all the sort of fresh, real foods, And it's up and down all the aisles that you get all of the processed foods and all the crap for the most part. This is not 100% true. There's, I do go up and down. But so what I do is all of my shopping is typically done around the perimeter of the store. And I will go into the aisles for specific things that I want. Like I'll go into the aisle specifically when I need coffee to get coffee, or I'll go into the aisle specifically when I need spices to get spices, or I'll go into the aisle specifically when I need another batch of olive oil, or something like that, right? So yeah, I call it perimeter shopping because I never shop the aisles. I only shop the perimeter of the store. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm the healthiest guy in the world, and there's a lot of things I could do to be healthier, i.e., I could be exercising a lot more than I do. But my eating habits are something that I'm relatively proud of. So it did take some time. I was a horrible abuser of fast food for a good portion of my younger life. To the point where it seriously affected my health at one time. I had cholesterol levels that were through the roof, and the doctors were quite worried about my condition for a short period of time when I was in my early 40s, and I just totally turned it around and changed my diet completely at that time, and I felt 1,000% better almost immediately, and it's just never gone away. So I'm not going to be a health guru that's going to push some sort of fad diet, but I will be the kind of guy that's going to say, eat real food. If your great grandmother will look at it and go, "What the hell is that?" Probably you should probably think twice about whether you want to eat it or not. Moofy, yeah, exactly. Raj's EV is all coming to me at the end of the month, so I can make my profit every month. I mean, that is an astonishing run, really. It's like the idea that you would make profit playing tournament poker in every single month of the year is just astonishing to me. First of all, because the month is a very arbitrary unit of time, so it just doesn't make sense that you would constantly be up over that unit of time on any given time. Just like I fully expect when like I run the week report, I'm up a lot of weeks, but I fully expect there's going to be weeks where I don't make money, and it's the same thing with So I would fully expect that there would be at least 1 or 2 months over the course of a year that I didn't actually make a profit in that month. But so far, we've been cutting a profit every single month. So actually, in my supermarket, it's interesting, Mike. In my supermarket, they don't have the loss leader near the door. The thing that's the closest to the door in my supermarket is their prepared meal island, where they've got a bunch of hot pots of half of it is Indian food, so they have like butter chicken and a curry dish and a veggie dish with rice, and then they have a quote-unquote Western side where they've got a couple of chickens or a couple of soups and a stew or a chili going usually. And to me, that's got to be like a pure profit zone, right? Because they're charging like $5 for people to come in and fill a dish with this. But I mean, the whole hot pot of chili is fucking less than $5, right? If you do it right. So you're like literally the first person scoops a bowl out of that, you're already in profit. So it's like a pure profit as far as I can see. Their little fresh meal island. And don't get me wrong, they make a hell of a good butter chicken considering it's from a supermarket in a hot pot sitting on the side as you walk in the door. So I've been known to grab that butter chicken once in a while when I am on the way home and I'm hungry and I don't really feel like I want to make any food. So yeah, they get their money out of me too. I'm only going to be able to call when I close the action here, aren't I? Unless somebody else raises. I'm not sure if other people can raise or not. I'm only going to be able. Oh, I can raise. That's weird. I thought for some reason I was only going to be able to call to complete the action. I'm not sure that I necessarily want to raise. Yeah, let's see a flop. I just don't think I push those other two guys off the hand very often if I shove there. And I also don't get any money when I'm shoving into Amatia's big hand, which he probably has. So, although he was a tiny stack, so no, he doesn't necessarily have a big hand. I don't know what I'm talking about. He had less than a blind. He's got to get it in there if he's got anything better than, well, if he's got anything at all. So we got two pairs and an ace. We're probably calling here because nobody's been playing like they have either a 7 or a 9 here. So even if there's a bet, I don't think we're ever. So we cut the unfortunate all-in player in thirds, and we all take down a third of the pot. Yeah, the smell, it's super dangerous if you go there when you're hungry because the smell just hits you as soon as you walk in the door and you're like, holy shit, I need to grab myself a butter chicken on the way out, or I need to grab myself a chicken noodle soup on the way out, or whatever, because yeah, the smell's right there, and it's quite a good smell. East Indian food is one of my favorite non-Western cuisines. For the record, I'm quite a fan. It's going to sound a little weird when I say this, but I actually acquired a taste for it while I was in Africa. In not too far from our workplace and residence when I was in Nigeria was a Indian restaurant called the Charlatan, and it's quite a large expatriate Indian community in Nigeria, historically speaking, from the early 1900s, late 1800s, because of the British colonial kind of thing. Lots of people moved around from various colonial countries at that time, so you'll find little pockets of various other Commonwealth nations in each other, even after the Commonwealth has dissolved in those nations. So there's quite a large expatriate Indian community in there. And this restaurant, Charlatan, was just astonishingly good food, and it is still among the top 3 Indian meals I've had in my lifetime at this place in Lagos, Nigeria. Couple of places I've had in the UK just blew me the hell away. Another place where they've got a huge Indian expatriate community, and where in fact it's only half a joke when they say what's the English national cuisine, and it's a curry, basically at this point, and that's only half a joke. Big fan of butter chicken. Big fan of tandoori chicken. Typically a big fan of a lot of the curries as well, although I don't like things to be super spicy. I don't like my food to hurt particularly. I prefer I like the spice to give it a bit of a tang and a bit of a bite, but I don't like it to actually hurt me. So I'm a bit of a he's just got 8s. Oh, we get there. We get there with the clubs. No, he gets there with the clubs. He's just got the 8 of clubs. Of course, he's just got the 8 of fucking clubs. Why would we think that we would have? Why would we ever think that we would have the winning hand there? Maybe I should have shoved Queen 7 there. I don't know. Queen 7 is technically what the computer hand, so that's the actual. It's right on the 50% line, right? Which means I'm only. Which means it's even money for me whether I'm going to get a better or a worse hand next time around. Yeah. Indian food is astonishingly good. Arguably, 7-9 is better than Queen 7, even though Queen 7 probably would have won that last hand. Yeah, what the hell? It's probably better than the hand will get in the big blind. At least we're going to get to win a bit of a pot if we win a pot. We do still have backdoor straight outs. And we are done like dinner. Alrighty, well it's been a fun ride on the Mothership today. Hasn't been the most successful day in the world for us profit-wise. We're down about €7 today, but shit's gonna happen. And we're not always gonna strike gold when we go out asteroid mining in our Mothership, but sometimes we will. Sometimes we will. Curry Mile. I've never been to Manchester, so I've never tried that one. There's I used to work when I was going back and forth to the UK for work a lot. I worked in. You guys know I was assistant administrator for a military training project with the British Army. So the British version, the British side, there was 2 training bases that they did this at. One was here in Canada, here right by Medicine Hat, CFB Suffield. The other one is over in the UK on Salisbury Plain. So we would usually stay in Amesbury or Salisbury, and then drive out to Salisbury Plain for the work time when we went over there. And there's a restaurant, and I can't remember the name of it now, but there's a restaurant in Amesbury that just blew me the fuck away when I went there. It's right across the road from a really old 17th or 18th century carriage house that's still open. And yeah, it's just astonishingly good. Wow, Mike, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. A mile of Indian restaurants. Spend a lifetime just walking up and down the street and never eat the whole thing. Alrighty, folks. Well, thanks for hanging out with me today on the Mothership. It's been a blast. It's been a good flight. I even have fun usually even when I don't win. It's sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's gross, but it's been a fun day, and it's always fun to hang out with you guys. So thank you for coming and hanging out with me. I think we're going to bring this puppy in for landing now. So this is Elron out. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.